Ooh. Ow. Oh. Frequent. This seems generic. Think to the character. New. Proceed by personal. Uh, Whoa. Sure. But we're using full profile. What's the latest? The latest. Uh, uh, latest. Uh, 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 Durban. USA. Oh, time for a roll. Getting close to a big roll. Hopefully, at least. Give like lost to you. I uh notably. Or probably a quote. Yes. Um, there seems it's for coalition. The ever manage by uh, president. Uh, one moment. Think. Um, We'll be right back. Um, uh, 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 But we this is Um, almost even else. Um, there come. Uh, 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 one second. just writing the section. So, you know how in the thread we've just gotten to the start of the war, like the big war arc? This is like the second act of the war arc. Yep. So yeah, this is the second act of the war arc going on. Let's move. Yeah, actually, I got a really interesting perk just before we arrived at Canopus. I got Song of the Ages, which is a particularly interesting perk when you are just about to arrive on the planet of everybody being really good at, say, being like all into the arts. So Jun went from mainly a science guy to also having a reasonable talent in the arts, which means very much all of a sudden they are in a way better diplomatic position than they originally would have been. So yeah, they're going to. So this kind of defeats my original plan for how Canopus was going to try and manage Jun, and is probably going to mean I will have to adjust all of my future plans based on how these next couple of chapters go. Because I will have to write a much closer relationship, or at least a much stronger relationship on the Victus Coalition side as compared to what I had before. Because Jun is now a good enough singer to become like a basically minor celebrity on Canopus, where like the song, say he'll say they'll be singing, say they'll be doing some performances to raise local sympathy and everything among the Canopian people, and yeah. So I'm currently trying to write the section where we have the is just one word. just before. They're going to get it as they leave. Okay, so the way they've been coming in is that after, say, they leave from Reykjavik and then head past Niops, where they are going, say, where they make it some new allies and the Victus Coalition officially becomes a thing. To Astrokazi, where this is mostly just to reopen connections and trading and all of that stuff and gather some intelligence. But as they leave here is when Jun suddenly gets, like, Jun perfectly timed gets the Song of the Ages perk, which then they're stuck, like, taking a bit of a slow route between Mangor to Canopus. Oh, it's Bethnalog. Oh, I guess I did Mangor anyways. I could have done Bethnalog, but whatever. Oh no, that's Gallus. That's why I didn't. Yeah, I did Mangor. So, the Canopians believe that Jun arrived through Free Worlds League space to Mangor, which is currently, like, in this year, kind of a buffer planet, buffer system between the Free Worlds League and the Magistracy. I believe it doesn't get settled until much later or something along those lines. And then they jump to Canopus. They're basically trying to minimize their time here because they don't want to reveal their advanced jump capabilities just yet. They want to keep that in their back pocket. Next up is a deal with Canopus, who they are they arrive here and they've been sort of working as, like, this is a big diplomatic play where Jun is focused on building up connections to the connections to parties. Yeah, it does. So Jun is going to have a much easier time than expected building up allies among the Canopians. So I'm trying to find a news agency other than Magistracy News Network. I think it might end up being through Delight. Well, that's not relevant. It might be. Hold on, what did they do? Oh, this is a military thing. Okay. Hard press. As the proceed with the update. Yes. What's the sound? Not willing to. They're willing to adjust. It seems like we've managed. Some. Uh, um. uh, 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 I tried to. I read, I think, the first 2 chapters or so, but I just couldn't get into it. Hey, Jekyll, how you doing? Uh, oh, that's really nice of you. Thank you, man. But yeah. By the way, how's say? Did you, how'd you enjoy the session on Thursday? I'm hoping that it was fun for you. Oh, you should go. But yeah. Like I might give Cyborg another try later, maybe when I'm in more uh a more Fallouty mood. But might do. I might do the thing. Like I've heard some people say that a really good way of getting into a book is to just open a page in the middle and try and read a scene so that you get invested in finding out how things got to that point. So I might try something along those lines. No worries, man. Building up her meter. Solving any additional. Yep. What we have? I have the on the filling has been that. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look. Maybe when I'm in more of a mood for that kind of thing. I very recently tried out an inner sphere at war system is the pain in the combine's ass. It was fun for like the first couple of chapters, and then I don't know. It felt too cracky. Other than that, I had an idea for a cultivation story that I might be exploring. I'm very tempted to make it into like my trial project for experimenting with AI assisted writing. I found something of a flow that seems to be working slightly better. So perhaps, I have no idea, honestly. Like, for me, half the fun of writing is like actually writing. But I can also tell places that I'm not having a... It's more fitting for the gossip projects, but I've already read that, and I did quite enjoy it. It's a shame that it kind of kind of like has stopped. But yeah. Yeah. You know what I would like to see? I just had the idea a few days ago, right? I was thinking of like a Naruto story where the main concept is that the main character is like a semi-ethical Orochimaru who's super focused on like biotech, and they're using like the bullshit like they're basically like what happens if you the original idea was for it to kind of be a self-insert or like an isekai story where it's like a normal world protagonist that's like a bioengineer or some shit, where because medical chakra allows you to do some funky stuff with biology, and they are more familiar with the idea of culturing tissue and stuff outside the body. They are willing to get like super they're willing to they train specifically to do stuff with like artificial tissue grafts and stuff like that. And I wonder what that would be, because you could totally see like a more you could totally get into like the whole bloodlines and like ninja like quote unquote forbidden juice kind of developments. We've got the stuff with like Daedra's mouth hands. We've got like Hugo's stage chakra transformation thing. We've got like Ukon and whatever his twin's name was with their own weird bio powers. And like you could totally have like a really like broadly like a say a version of this technique that's like much more potent. And if I didn't already have three stories, say like three different stories on the back burner, right? That would be fun to write. More fitting for the gossip, right? Would you have? Non. So much chaos that the that thing is, unlike most other settings in Naruto, you don't actually need that many resources to to have like a bioscience focused character. Because you remember, medical techniques are a low chakra intensive skill set, right? They're high control. Yeah. Yeah. They're high control, but there's a reason that Sakura was the medic for Team 7. Right? It was Sakura was the medic for Team like Yep. Orochimaru is also a shit scientist. Nope. I just ate a cracker while I was talking, and I choked on a crumb. But yeah, Orochimaru is a shit scientist, right? He's a great ninja, and obviously very clever, but he's a shit scientist. If you really think about it, a biologist in Naruto doesn't need the same like significant levels of equipment that a biological researcher would need in our world, right? They would just need like some rats or something to experiment on, and they would need to train for control, but control's the one thing that you can that is like large, which benefits from having a smaller chakra. So that's interesting. You have That's Hey, maybe if it's an SI story, you go with something. Or like a isekai story, you could go with something where they might know about chakra fruit. But honestly, um, outside of some minor differences, realistically, the main the main thing that there's nothing that actually stops this from being like a purely Naruto centric story, right? You could just have it so that um there's this kid who's like super who's super into the Sanin, and like he's mostly impressed by like Tsunade, and like you could what do you call it, who's like mostly impressed with Tsunade and is like really interested in um medical stuff, and like he like maybe he's a little older than the Naruto cop, right? I don't know when it's implied that the what's it called, the Orochimaru incident happened, but you could totally have it so that before Orochimaru is treated as a traitor, there is this kid who's like who's super enamored by Orochimaru and Tsunade, and maybe not Jiraiya, maybe Jiraiya, I don't know. Maybe Jiraiya, because we want them to also be into like Fuinjutsu, and he's like, then the main character is like really intrigued by this idea of intelligent ninja, right? Where their power comes from stuff they know or stuff they've learned. Because maybe they're not like the strongest person, but they get good grades and stuff, and they've like made it part of their personality to be a smart person. And you can build off of that, right? You can go and say that, hey, Tsunade is, say, what do you call it? This kid is like, okay, I want to be like Tsunade. I want to be like Orochimaru. They're like, okay, I can't do all of these big fancy techniques, but if I'm become like a medic ninja, then that'll be cool, right? And they grow up like that for a while. Say things start, and then Orochimaru gets outed as a traitor, and like he obviously doesn't want. So he obviously is like conflicted about this. He used to be super into Orochimaru, but turns out he's a traitor, and he decides, like after finding out, maybe not finding out more details, but hearing the official story, he decides, okay, I need to have like ethic, basic, right? Where it's like obviously everyone was fine with what he was doing when he was doing it without hurting people. So I just need to not hurt people. And that's how I get to be like a super powerful, super smart ninja. And you can go from there. And in that sense, you can have a whole story where the main character is like doing stuff like muscle grafts, and maybe like in the later parts of the story you could even have like modifications to people's chakra system, right? Maybe he's in like Rock Lee's ear, and as he gets more powerful, he's like, ooh, and like as he gets more and more trained, he's like, oh, hey, I heard that Lee has this issue with his chakra system. I mean, I know it's not canon that he has any issue with it, but Lee has this problem with his chakra system, so he can't do any ninjutsu or genjutsu. So I'm gonna try and figure out how to do that, and that's how he learns how to like manipulate the like chakra system in people, and he uses it to fix Lee's ability to do ninjutsu and genjutsu. Like things start to expand from there, where he like starts to experiment with like modified chakra system, where he's already figured out how to like graft additional muscles onto people to make them stronger. So why not like make the chakra system more like bigger so that it contains more chakra and stuff? And he's experimenting with that. And there's a whole evolution there that you can go with. That's weird. Uh, uh, pretty. Like, um, um, positive. Oh? I'd have to find out where that's mentioned, because like I've seen this come up in a few different fics where people have like gone digging through the manga and anime, at least the manga. They've gone digging through the manga for any evidence that Lee actually has like a legitimate disability stopping them from using like ninjutsu and genjutsu. And the most it said is that he has absolutely no talent in those arts. Is that enough? Bulk out this. That is 27. I've actually already read that. That is indeed quite excellent in of like uh how overpowered MLGN is. Lots of nice like mathematically inclined stuff. I like a lot of um computer whiz and MP work. Quite fun. Would it be the 31st or the 1st? Actually, no. Yeah. Have you read Taylor Vagra from MP Pie? If you enjoy a lot of these like technical abilities where they're exploring all of their not like more developed, like more explore like more like complex uses of different powers. I fully recommend it. It's got a lot of that. Uh, uh, the E. Let's see. Uh, let's. Urge. I can see from my. Uh, uh, oh, but, um, uh, uh, of a rep for the for it would be a certain number different for the different of things that are working the past. They yeah, that's why I would recommend Taylor Wagner for you. It's very much not along those lines. Yeah, that's always very much a mess. Isn't it always well, if you're interested. Yeah. Always found that kind of weird. Where like Cauldron's whole plan was, hey, we don't know how to defeat Scion. So of course, we're going to say, hey, hopefully we will find a power that can help us, despite entirely missing the power that could help them. And we'll just create a giant army that we can throw at him and hope that something happens. That was basically their whole plan, right? Their whole plan was, okay, we're going to cause as many triggers as possible so that we have a shit ton of capes that we can throw at Scion. That's it. That was their entire plan. Like, their other plan was, like, their hope was, we're going to keep keep creating as many triggers as possible so that we can find the one trigger that will solve this problem immediately. Despite entirely missing Flechette's access to Sting. Right? Because I think it was what... Yeah. Like, honestly, the whole of like, I'm like 99% convinced that PTV deliberately directed Contessa to Dr. Mother for the purpose of making Cauldron like deliberately bad. That's the only way that it could be explained. Like, there are so many better ways of doing that. Like, you could totally, like, the moment that Accord was a thing, and like Accord's whole motivation was that, hey, we have say I want to create a plan to end world hunger. Like, the moment that was a thing, they were like, why the fuck doesn't Cauldron have him on tap? Because, like, sure, maybe he doesn't get to end doesn't have world hunger, but he'd probably realize that, hey, this giant doomsday that's bearing down on us is a little bit more important than ending world hunger right now, I'm gonna like contribute my talents towards like my I'm gonna start helping out with this, right? That would be great. Uh, they totally could have gotten that done. Um, what's it called? Um, the whole Case 53 situation was horribly managed. Like, why the fuck are you having the issue of them like saying, "Oh, we're gonna mind wipe all of you and dump you out at random"? Like, there are so many better ways you could handle it. Wait, is she a veterinarian? Is that where her doctorate comes from? Well, I mean, there's nothing on the wiki about that. Wait, where are you getting veterinarian from? Gods. And if you got more fuel, be more than take it. You could come in for a full record. Or top of the I don't why in the I'll check with I don't here me get and I'll have my arrange a time for me to one second, we'll be back. No, I just thought that she was like a random civilian who was like from some like underdeveloped world. And that's why she calls herself Dr. Mother, is to just like present present like an image of authority where she's not actually, she has zero qualification. She's just like the person who happened to see Contessa going to Eden's corpse and helping her with, I don't remember exactly how it was that that um Dr. Mother helped Contessa. I think she gave her a knife or something, right? Um and like that was how Dr. Mother got involved. Like it's not like she's in any way at all educated or otherwise qualified for the position. She just got it because Contessa was a kid who had no idea what she was doing and latched on to literally the only adult in the situation. And like uh and like as Cauldron expanded, she continued being the only adult in the situation, right? Because um like as she started up Cauldron and like began to develop all of this, she mainly brought in kids like Alexandria and Eidolon and Legend were all like teenagers when when they were experimented, right? I'm like 99% certain that uh Con- so Contessa is the kid from the tribe who has no prior existing information. All we know, I think all that's mentioned in canon about Dr. Mother is that she is from another world and that she helped Contessa kill Eden. Like that's what's mentioned uh in the wiki, is that she is from the Ivory Coast and that she was stranded in another dimension when Eden collided with Earth, and she helped Fortuna kill Eden. That is it. That is the full extent of the knowledge that exists surrounding her. Oh, between Polly. Yep. Like realistically, the way that it should have worked, like the way that if I like if Aldrin was legitimately intelligent, the way everything would have happened is as they were building up, they would have been a massive organization where their like whole goal would have been to, you know, understand Scion, like research Scion. Because the biggest problem they have when it comes to defeating Scion is that they don't know enough about Scion to model him, right? Basically, they're saying that, oh, if we knew enough about Scion, we could just have um Contessa model him and then defeat him. But we don't. So what their whole initial, like the first step of any reasonable plan would have just been, okay, let's just get as many scientists as possible that we can trust. Like that's a thing that the that Path to Victory could totally do is like, hey, path to finding all the scientists who would legitimately say who could be legitimately motivated by the idea of the world ending, right? You could bring all these scientists here. You have the resources of as many planets as you want to between Doormaker and Clairvoyant, and you could just say, okay, we're going to give you shit tons of money. We want you to just focus on understanding Scion based on like all the information we can get, and here's the corpse of Eden, who's presumably just like Scion, and we're going to try and use that to figure out how to defeat them, right? Like, supposedly. But yeah, like it would not have been a it would have been so much easier to do. But of course, that would have been that would have gotten in the way of the grimdark world of Worm. So meh. So, uh, uh, honestly, doesn't even need to be that. It could just be that Path to Victory chose the the simplest way or the most energy efficient way to get something similar to what Contessa wanted, right? Like outside of the like if you can't directly involve Scion in your calculation, then the way you would theoretically the way that you would ensure efficiency is by limiting the resource expenditure. And likely the shard wouldn't weigh the wouldn't weigh the say wouldn't weigh like worthwhile energy expenditure against different things. And if it is of the opinion that, hey, the energy in the shards are already being used up, then the idea of just getting more shards into the playing field might have been seen as more efficient than like creating a whole complex of, say, a whole like industrial complex where they have to arrange things for hundreds of thousands, say for tens of thousands of people to build up like a complex laboratory for them to perform studies into a multi-dimensional creature so that they can divine the secrets of entity biology in order to find some way of attacking Scion. Yeah. Hopefully, Holly and Bro. Yeah. Would. The path, like the path wouldn't actually like the way I understand it is that Scion is deliberately a blind spot in the path. Any question regarding Scion returns with it returns with no answer, right? So they can't really do anything about it. Like anything to do with any entity. Or I think any shards in general. They can guess what parahumans will do, but they won't guess anything about the like they can't detect trigger. So the path can't like predict trigger events, can't predict it can't predict like what Scion will do, it can't predict the Endbringers, all that stuff, right? So that wouldn't have worked. What totally could have worked was path to creating the most advanced like most advanced and most like capable group of researchers possible, to then throw them at the problem of understanding what the how the entities work and shit, right? Because it could totally be that hey they like imagine what would happen if because as I understand it, Dr. Mother Sound landed in like the 1980s or something, right? So by the time of Worm, it's been 30 years. Just think of what millions of researchers would do with like free access to entity flesh for 30 years. I would be very surprised if they couldn't figure out some kind of dimensional travel that wouldn't have allowed them to dimensional travel, or at least some sort of space travel. Like imagine what would have happened if if they knew, oh, Scion is going to go blow up the planet. Hey, let's just evacuate everybody to fucking Mars or some shit. Because as far as I understand it, the way that Scion leaves the planet is he blows up Earth underneath him and sends his shards scattered off into every direction. Right? That is how the entities move from different planets. So go with random. Hello. Praise. Off. Yep. So, like, it is totally possible that that Cauldron could have created a more effective research team to study how the shards work, right? Because they have access to Eden's corpse. The thing is, like the way I see it is that um Dr. Mother did not want to give up control over Cauldron. She wanted to be she wanted to be the controlling force behind all of it, and to invite other experts who would eventually become more knowledgeable than her would have undermined that position. Like Alexandria and Eidolon and Legend, like those people, like even Numberman and everyone else, technically could have been in that position, but none of them had the strategic view to be what do you call it? To overthrow her, right? Numberman was very intelligent, but mainly towards working against individual problems. And he was also kept super busy managing the economy. Like all of the Triumvirate and Hero were all what do you call it? Mainly working as like combatants, right? They realistically couldn't. They were put into a position where they couldn't afford to become like the shadowy leader of Cauldron. I would not be surprised. Like I would not find it unbelievable if Dr. Mother was the one who enabled the Siberian to kill Hero, because I think she would have seen Hero as a threat to her position, since he was like the tinker of the team, which meant that he was the other smart person involved, right? So perhaps like she will say when Siberian came knocking, she didn't let Contessa intervene, or she just didn't bring up the possibility that hey, we should have Contessa intervene to keep things alive. To keep him alive or something like that. And oh. Oh. Uh, the What? Enjoying this. Sure, I'll give it a look. Honestly, that uh, that's one of the things I find the silliest about Cyberpunk is that they go to so much effort to justify that ending. And, at the same time, real life seems to be going down that same rabbit hole. I'm just kind of hoping that things don't go say that people kind of realize that there are other options. But yeah, I'll definitely take a look at it. That's Yeah, but the thing is, everyone is kind of like, the way I see it is that a lot of the big companies are basically just hoping that uh by being cheaper right now, they're the cheapest option. They're the cheapest immediate option, right? That's the thing with a lot of these like megacorp services, right? It isn't that they are cheaper long term. They are cheaper right now. They are basically preying on a person's ability to on a person's inability to consider long-term implications as well as plan for the future. So like take subscription services into account, right? If you talk about like Adobe's subscription service, the idea is basically, hey, if you pay us $15 a month, then you'll get all the services that you used to get with our $300 software. Plus, you get free updates. Except when you think about $15 a month and you multiply that by 12, because $12 a year, say 12 months in a year, this was how it was originally. That's $180, right? Which means that unless you were updating your, so unless you were unless you are getting the latest version of Photoshop every single year, like even if you just upgraded every other year, you would have come out ahead. But Creative Cloud was, oh, for $15 a month, you get Photoshop and free updates and all the new features. And it only makes sense if you were previously updating every year to always have the newest features, and if you were and I think originally, like back when it first came out, Creative Cloud also had like some basic some access to their stock photo library or some shit. I don't remember. But now Creative Cloud, like even just for Photoshop, is I think $24 a month, right? So if we just do Photoshop, so yeah, if you look at just for just Photoshop is now 50 is what is that in? Okay, it's currently $40 a month for Photoshop, right? So the price, um originally um Creative Cloud was like 15, like it was like, say the Photoshop subscription by itself was $15 a month, and I think the Creative Cloud overall subscription was like 30, right? But now Photoshop is $40 a month. So now it's 40 times 12, and it's already more expensive than it would have been to get a lifetime license for a piece of software. But the thing is, when you are currently paying $15 a month and you find out that, oh, they're going to stop giving updates, like permanent updates, say a permanent like permanent payments, right? You then need to say, oh shit, I need to scrape together money to buy something, or I can just keep paying $15 a month. And then as they keep raising the price, it's suddenly, oh, now I need to pay $40 a month. I can't buy Photoshop like permanently anymore. And in order to get away from Photoshop, I need to retrain all my staff to stop using Photoshop so that we can do everything that we're currently doing with like Affinity or GIMP or whatever else, right? They're basically it becomes the short-term costs outweigh the costs of staying with um the cost of staying with Photoshop, because like you can technically you do anything you're doing in Photoshop, I think, except for some like some AI features. You can do anything you do in Photoshop with GIMP or with Affinity or with a dozen other pieces of software with like Krita or whatever else. You can technically do whatever it is that you want to do with all these other pieces of software. It just will take your like artists and your designers months to fully adapt to this other workflow. And that during those months, you will stop earning money. But theoretically, the benefit is on the other side of that huge investment, where you're paying your artists like what do you call it? Where you still need to pay your artists. You're getting slower returns. You're getting worse outputs, which might impact your long-term business, right? The benefit on the other side of that is now you no longer have a ongoing Photoshop like subscription. And like if your only concern is short-term profits, where like if you're like CEOs, for example, don't last very long anymore because it is more effective, like it is much easier to just buy out a company than it is to build up a company, which is one of the big issues with long-term planning um in the wider industry. Um so in the economy, right? Is that it is really easy to buy a company, strip it for all of its value, and then buy another company with the output from that, than it is to build up, say, then the long-term benefits of sticking around and like keeping your company doing well. It used to be that companies, it was unlikely that a CEO would get a better outcome from selling their company and then trying to build another company than it would have been to just like, okay, so anyways, point is there is a huge lack of long-term consideration, and basically everyone is preying on the uh limited long-term perspective of basically everyone in the major economy right now, Like, poor people are too concerned with just surviving until their next paycheck to exercise long-term thinking. And rich people basically don't have incentives towards long-term thinking because you make more from selling your company and then like starting up a new startup while your old company is torn to shreds by whatever venture capital company is like doing a bunch of debt bullshit to extract all the value that you've built up in ways that you couldn't have done. And yeah. If it was possible for people to plan longer, say for people to handle things longer term, I think they would have. Right. Um. So most have the else. Say perhaps if that appro oh the um I think there was some like I believe that he is like legitimately trying to keep it that low, but there was some noise a few years ago about how uh yeah, I believe he said a little while ago that they might have to raise it to like $1.20, but uh like that was because things were getting so expensive that making it 99 cents would have been a loss. But they were able to fix that by like changing out their cans, something like that. Like they adjusted their cans to less aluminum, and they were doing, yeah, but they were able to kind of fix that, and hopefully they can. Hopefully that continues. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully um that can keep up. The uh, it's mostly uh, dealing with the dealing with fine thought current. Uh, The flavor. So orange. Well, flavors are. But before. Well. Can't say. Dog. I can't say that. There are reasons. Given. That's one. Thing I'm out. Uh, uh, Yes. In okay. Because there's a very maybe down the line. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Jun would be. Maybe as part of their like educational curriculum. Like I don't think they would care too much about the um broader like impact on like the existing older population. It might be too obvious. But integrating it as part of the curriculum to try and encourage a more optimistic and forward-thinking youth, that might work. the way respond various how to mention on those their edge but it's never been but overall initial like to perhaps, but the thing is, like, unless you're going to the level of brainwash where you're trying to, like, to a certain extent, like acceptance and like integration and that kind of thing is possible, but like being too nice will have its own implications on like the long-term stability of the coalition. So yeah. like kind of as treatment for the succession, like the cultural damage of the endless wars. Perhaps. I think Jun is more likely to foster um like foster a sort of environment where it is the goal is more improvement as opposed to acquisition, where they would try and direct the culture to value making yourself better as opposed to acquiring more stuff. So improvement oriented and progression oriented as opposed to acquisitive, which is kind of where it is at the moment. And I think like part of it might be a more retaliatory out, where their position is less we go out and do things and more we pay back slight. I think that's a more sustainable response, where the Victor's Coalition might not care very much for attacking other people, but they are big on like addressing any insults given to them. Might be a little bit less stable, but I'll say short term, but it might be more stable long term. I don't know. I'd have to once we get to like the actual civilization building stage of the story, I will have to do an actual breakdown of the Victor's Coalition culture, how it's going to emerge. Nobody plays from okay, I'm going to wrap things up over there for now. I think I did about 1,000 words today. Yeah, a little over 1,000 words. That's good. If I can pull that off again tomorrow, then I will have caught up to, I'll have at least one of the 2 chapters that I'm planning for. Okay then. Cheers, man.